I think Twitch dead. I don't think it's supposed to be dead. It completely derailed my explanation. Random disconnect. Very random disconnect. Very, very, very random disconnect. Just like in my spiel, and I look up and I see like, you've been disconnected. We're reconnecting you. And I boost Vendetta. Yeah, I don't know how much of that went through. Yeah. Don't care too much about boost because it extends compile times significantly. And it's also kind of, I guess, overly verbose with like namespaces. It's also slightly opinionated. And I'm sort of opinionated. I'm sure a lot of libraries are kind of like that, but yeah, I don't care for it for that reason. I know there's probably other libraries out there. Like, for instance, the Protobuf library has JSON as a target. That's a thing. I used some other libraries before because, like, Trillic used JSON for things. And they had a parsing library. But I think the main reason, the one that I definitely got cut off at, is that my engine is only about it's about trying to develop a lot of the engine components myself. Which is it's definitely a thing that I want to focus on. Because for me, a lot of the fun is trying to figure out all this random low-level stuff. Like if I want to write a JSON parser, maybe I want to serialize and deserialize into my custom number format. Which, by the way, I have a custom number format. Not that I'm going to do that anytime soon, but that would be difficult in another library. And who knows? Maybe I can take some of the different modules that I write and just end up with a library of useful functions. Like, for instance, I have my very own PNG parser. It loads PNG files. The whole thing. I wrote it myself. Including the decompression stuff. Which, yeah. That's a bunch of stuff. Like, file compression isn't the easiest concept in the world. It's also not the hardest thing to learn either. So, I have my very own decompression thing, library. I guess you could call it a library of sorts. It's pretty flexible. Implements a standard. Do you want to see? You want to see the library for decompression? Really, really? Let's see. Is this source? I think it was in system. There's two portions to it. There's the hash function, which has CRC, and Adler, which are the hashes that are used. I wrote those myself too, because of course, why not? And then there's this file, which is a decoder, and it's streams based. So there's like a decompression method, and there's this decoder thing. So you put data into the stream. Ensure some bits are available. I don't remember exactly how this worked internally. But there's like a state machine. So to inflate stuff, you call decompress start. Then you request data, or you pass data into it. And then you get data out of it, I think. Call end, I think. I don't remember. I don't remember if it was a push or pull model. The actual top level API. I should have probably made the top level a bit more streams based, because the lower levels are streams based. But that's a little beside the point. And then there's the actual code inside of it, which is, it's decoding stuff. It even has its own error code system, which I didn't really make use of. I don't know why I did that, but I did. So I implemented like the Huffman tables, did fast lookup on the Huffman tables using indexing, which if you don't know what that means, then fine. It's not easy to explain. Or at least if it is, I'm just bad at explaining it. The Huffman. The Huffman. It's a type of coding. I don't actually know who Huffman, the person, is. But basically there's like there's a table of codes. The Huffman codes are applied to a bit stream. So the bit stream is read out of the file, usually. The compressed data stream. And then you apply the Huffman codes to turn the bit stream into like decompression commands. Also, take care. Farewell. So yeah, the Huffman codes come in two different flavors. There can either be like a length, or there can be like a run of data. And then there's like some tables full of constants and stuff. Yep. Uh-huh. Yep. Mm-hmm. Sure. Totally don't remember what all those mean. Default length. Why did I do it that way? Like tables like this, you could compress the table with compression. Because that's kind of silly. So yeah, this implements an algorithm called inflate. Inflate is used by the PNG format. It's like in here, there's like PNG. And there's a bunch of constructs for PNG. This one's kind of streams-based. And there's a bunch of filters for PNG. Functions that operate on the structures inside of it. There's interlacing, there's scan lines, there's like multi-channel. Just this other form of interlacing. There's the actual PNG decoding itself, which dechunks it and parses all the metadata. Or it doesn't. Depends. Like, I don't use the time chunk for anything, but I do parse it. Unless there's just one of them, then I don't know. Why did it buzz twice? I got double rated apparently. By Matisse Tech. Hello there. Welcome. I was just on a tangent. Talking about deflate and inflate and PNG. Because somebody asked about that, but then I think they left. How was your stream? Also this song. I could stick this on loop if it would be fun. AI is... Oh, what kind of AI stuff? Do tell, if you have time to. Although, like, at the end of streams, I'm always just like, bleh. So, there's a thing there. I wonder if there's like a convenient way. Convenient way to put username. I might as well shout you out because you rated to me. Why not? Maybe. Maybe. You could see what the AI stuff was about. Make sure I'll follow. Why not? I'll just maybe I'll watch the VODs or something if you have them. I do that sometimes. So yeah, I'm making this 3D game engine from scratch. And I have been for a great many years. And I have not the less progress for it. Because I make everything from scratch. Like PNG importers, loader things, and decompression libraries and hash algorithms and JSON parsers today, apparently. It can render stuff. There's um yeah, there's some 3D like rendering. There is a rudimentary physics integration. I have my own math library for it. Just uses like AVX vector instructions. I think somewhere lurking in the depths of my code is like a fragment of what wanted to be an Intel disassembler, but never really got anywhere. There's like some custom exception handling stuff related to that, though. There is a client-server architecture that's based around like UDP and a custom protocol. Kind of buggy, barely works. Kind of can synchronize objects. But yeah, this stuff on the left here, all 116 lines of it, that's basically the parser. I spent some time trying to figure out the order in which things were parsed, and then I was like, nope, that's not working for me. So I kind of started over. Celebrate your birthday? Well, have a happy birthday then. That's fun. That's exciting, sort of, sometimes. I hope it goes well. I was about to test parsing a number. So I made a number, and I made a number parser. It's not a very complete number parser, but I think it should be able to parse this number. Everybody be passing out. Don't pass out too hard, though. I don't know what all cases I would need. How about null decimal? How about 1? Negative 0. Negative 0 E0. The best number. How about just 0? How about just 1? 99 problems, but 1 E99 ain't one of them. Nope. But 0 E99 of them. Maybe. Just maybe. I don't think I got all the different combinations of things. Not even close. 1.4. 1.4 is evil. Train diagrams. Pretty decent way of interpreting it. Stuff like E plus. Yeah, I forgot the plus. Gotta test plus. And E minus. I swear. I swear. I'm assuming he means like software engineer. You might say that. I am a very unprofessional software engineer. You might just say I'm a hobbyist expert, not professional software engineer. They make all the code go burr. Yeah. I've never tested stuff very often, but when I do... What about E? Which is be invalid. Yeah, what if we test the invalid cases? F. That's invalid. That's definitely invalid. A 0 point dash minus E. Oh, I definitely need a big E, but I'm pretty sure I cover that. Negative E. How about E minus? You get an E minus. I'm pretty sure anything that has an E is gonna be the right thing, because we test both of the E's in the right place. So if I get one, then the other one. Sure to go. Write my own unit test framework. E? E? I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know if I'd want to do that. That sounds tricky. I sort of did that with Faye, which is my programming language that I'm trying to make. Because, yeah, I'm making a programming language. Not just a game engine, but also a programming language. And an operating system. And, like, another kind of game engine. Yeah, I got like 3 different game engine projects. What am I not making? We're not making unit tests. Much. I'm probably not making a text editor. A formal one, anyway. I made a text edit control. Gosh darn it. I am not making... I made a text edit control box. Multi-line. I'm definitely not going to make a web framework. Nope. Solid pass on web frameworks. Unless I change my mind. Then maybe. 0, 0. Oh yeah, that sounds definitely evil. Because you're not supposed to have leading zeros. The spec said so. I could be making a web framework at some point, though. Maybe for a backend. Backend. I am not making a SQL-based server database. I am not making a SQL database. Nope, won't do it. I am not making currently any web browser. A vector database. Not a vector database. What even is a vector database? What does vector mean in the context of databases? What line is this? Let's start here. Large amounts of numbers in arrays. That just sounds like a database column. A huge number of dimensions? Too many dimensions? Maybe. Maybe too many dimensions. Find stuff close to each other and the name made up word. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely not going to be able to do that. Multi-dimensional vector spaces? Nope, nope, nope. That requires dot products, I think. I don't feel like doing dot products on my database. This sounds... it sounds tricky. We can't have that. You know, I don't do a bunch of EOF checks on this stuff. Oops, I didn't want to go in there. We want to skip those. Wait, which string are we dealing with? Negative 99.9 dot E minus 99. Okay. I might want decimal display for this. Did I not implement? Oh, the beginning of these. Those aren't set. Now they're set. C is 46, which is the dot. And that's not what we got. We didn't get that. Dot E. Isn't there supposed to be something after the E? Editor. Number. Fractional. Decimal point. Yeah, we need one digit. We need a single digit. At least one. That's what that means. One digit. At least. So if it's not a digit, then error. Which is not what we got. So I need to go here, line 86. I think. Does it exist? Certainly. That doesn't mean that I don't want to write my own. Thought I went over this. Wait, I want less than or greater than. And then you do something like invalid. And then we can return null. But yeah, however invalid that is, I don't know. But yeah, JSON parsers, there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them. But I haven't written one yet. What if I want to write one? What then? Put a dot. Just putting a dot on the end. That should be enough to trigger invalid. We just want to test all the rules. We don't necessarily want to test all the rules. It's sort of what code coverage is all about. Alright, I got my 99. I could do locals instead, maybe. There's too many. You can live over here. I really don't need to look at the files. Absolutely not. Invalid? Sure. Parse a number. Wait, which number is this? I forgot to pay attention. Minus 99. Minus 999 dot E minus. Minus 999 dot. Definitely not. Definitely not valid. And then we have minus dot. Yeah, that's no contest. This should be. I'm not sure exactly where it will go wrong though. else if. Probably the else if. Got dot. Invalid. That seems to be catching a lot of things. So these all catch on the dot. I think this one will as well. Oops. 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 We wanted to do that again. I missed it. Browser might be a little bit more forgiving. Because the browser isn't parsing JSON, it's parsing JavaScript. So if you were going to open up a browser, to find any ordinary window here, you'd have to do JSON and parse, and then you'd have to type -999 dot e -999 unterminated fractional number. If it's JavaScript, it's going to treat it very, very differently. So you'd have to put a digit there for it to be a valid number. It's subtle, but you know, it's a thing. You gotta make sure you're actually testing what you intend to test. This one is not minus. We have the dot. Do we have the dot? I don't think we have the dot. I think we have come to an invalid state nevertheless, though. No, it should work. Yeah, that's what's called like a flow graph. A flow graph is how you would parse things. You could do arrays, white space, or values. But what you could say is that the comma, the comma would come after a value and would send you around here. So if you follow the flow graph, then you'd have to hit like this character, then you could hit some white space and the closing character, or you could hit this character, you could follow it into a value. You could go around, comma. That's not right though. Because you could, like after a value, you could hit white space. And then a comma. So I think it lies to me. The flow graph is deceptive. Value, maybe? Maybe. Yeah, value. I guess value parses out the white space. Which might be a better way of doing it, honestly. It's deceptive, though, because there's white space on either side of the value. I guess I could take the white space out during filtering. I don't know. I don't know. Also, the number. Squiggly lines. Lots of squiggly lines. The squiggly lines. So you can hit one of these, or you can just go straight to 0. Check for a fraction. Add digits. You actually have to have a digit. So you go in here, you run into a digit. After you leave digit, you can have more digits, or you can leave the fraction. I don't know. I prefer the text standard. Yeah, no leading zeros. We can't have you putting extra zeros in my JSON files. Objects. Can't just be doing 0. That's not allowed. It's just like, no. No, that's not white space. So that was that one. Then we have double zeros. Right? Saved position. I didn't really put the 0 in here. I mean, I guess I kind of did. It definitely fails. It fails. Wait, I wanted to test the rest of them. Oh my god. I must parse the JSON because files... Some of the format stuff that I want is glTF. glTF is going to require the what's it called? The JSON parser. The parsed numbers are probably either going to be stored in floats, like 64-bit double, or they might be stored in integers, or they might be stored in large numbers. Maxwell? Maybe. Maybe. A very valuable cat loaf. It's null and invalid. What is this one? This one has a decimal point on the end. Which is technically a valid number with an invalid token directly after it. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how I would treat that. Although I don't really think my number parser actually interprets things correctly anyways. Wait, why did this break? Because there's no leading zero. Wait, you can't be serious. There's totally a leading zero. Character 48. Oh, zero doesn't consume a character though. So that's kind of a bug. Zero is supposed to consume a character. Otherwise, it will definitely not parse correctly. And that's what these tests are for. Surprised? I missed that. I might actually have to go back and review the others now that I've done that. Because I expect them to be not necessarily quite right. And 46. So yeah, it should do decimal. It should gram. Zero? Zero. I don't think that's right. I thought I had another zero in there. Should be 0, 0. Did I not save it early enough? I don't think I saved it early enough. Gotta save extra early. Otherwise, it will be pointed to the wrong place. So yeah, let's go back to the start of the ones that parse with 0. Assertion. Assertion. I mean, these are technically unit tests of sorts. They're spot unit tests. Very spot unit test. That would be really helpful if I actually stepped into the function I'm trying to examine. Yeah, that would be incredibly helpful. So 0, it's dot. We failed successfully. Never mind trying to report whether or not, like, how we failed. But we have failed. What is this one? Negative 0, 0. Fall through all the way. Maybe I could. Just drop one in there. Unless I want to skip one of the tests on the outside. A little less easy to do, I guess. What is this one? What is this one? We want to pin, I don't know, maybe the saved position. Yeah, now we have 003. I mean, honestly, with how I initialized them there, I don't need to reinitialize them again. Let's get rid of those. Parse it for a little bit. Now C is 101, which I guess is E. And we have 3. And then we fall out of our parsing. The parsing must be parsed. Run to here, ignoring breakpoints. That sounds like a thing that might exist. You know? There's not really a way to test whether or not I've successfully actually parsed anything. It's sort of like... Here's a thing that we have maybe, sort of, maybe, perhaps parsed. also hello there. Very extremely random answer. Random answer. Say if we are out of range, you could invalidate it. Unless it's white space, then maybe. Then maybe. What if I do last character? Last character. So if we do next character, that will set last C. And then that can be a constant no except that returns last C. If you're looking to see if something is rendering, you go through the pipeline and everything seems fine, but nothing is rendering. What could be the cause? You know, I had this exact question. And I had this exact problem. And if you don't have any kind of visual at all, it could mean one of two things. Either the thing you are rendering is the same color as the background, or the thing you are rendering could have ended up outside of the clipping space, which definitely happened to me, or the thing you are rendering is transformed to have 0 size, which I think also happened to me, or the thing you are rendering has been culled, like it's one-sided and you're looking at the side that doesn't exist. Or the thing you are rendering is not the thing you think you are rendering. Like maybe you intended to render something. 2D, 3D, does not matter. There's still a clipping context. There is a scissor and a viewport. And if you render outside of the scissor or the viewport, the object will not exist on the screen clearly. It also is very specific, like which way you're doing things. Like, I'm kind of half assuming that you're referring to, like, a Vulkan-style pipeline. If I am mistaken, though, then, well, context is everything. Context is sort of everything. Invalid. So much invalid. Let's see, I want to do this. Vulkan is exactly as specific as it needs to be. Also with Vulkan, you have to make sure that your image is properly presented. That's important. Make sure that the validator has passed you as A-OK. Because if you have validation errors, that's also a pretty good place to look. But otherwise, it could be that your transformations are wrong. Remember, Vulkan renders everything in normalized device coordinates, which means that the top left of your screen is going to be -1, -1, X and Y. The bottom of the screen on the right is 1, 1. If you're doing stuff in 2D, make sure your W component is 1, because you don't want to divide by 0 or something else. If you are not using depth buffers, then just make sure your depth buffer is something sane, like 0 is fine. If you are using depth buffers, I think 0 is still fine as long as your depth function exists and is either turned off or is like less than or equal. I'm assuming that you're not using stencils, so you want to make sure that stencil is turned off. Paste bin link. The paste bin link. Oh my god, the paste bin link. What do we got? Process, input, render. And this GL. We got lots of GL here. Clear. Do you get the clear color on your screen? That's a question. That is definitely a question. I don't know if it's still good practice or not, but I'm pretty sure that GL begin and GL end are things that happened. I get randomly disconnected, that's what happened. And it doesn't recover my session. So it reset the time. Bind buffer. I am going to go on a limb and assume that you've created your buffer correctly. Shader storage buffer. You're using a storage buffer. Okay. Storage buffer is okay. They're accessed differently from uniform buffers. But as long as your shader is set up correctly, then it should be fine. Buffer data. Buffer subdata. You know, this parameter here, this null one, that's so you can pass the data in a single call. So you don't have to sub-buffer your data. Just saying. Bind buffer. Array buffer. Array buffer. Array bind vertex array. Why are you binding the vertex array down here? An array buffer with vertex data has to have the vertex array bound before you can specify an array buffer. So you either need to add the vertex array up here, or maybe you're doing that elsewhere, and I just don't know about it. But that's kind of important. But yeah, if the vertex array is bound, then the buffers you attach to it are kind of significant. Draw arrays. Vertices size. Set matrix. Render text. Swap the buffers. The full context. Debugging with Mesaga exclusively on the channel here. Create a quad. The quad. Nothing but the quad. Generate vertex buffer. Generate vertex array. Bind vertex array. Bind the buffer. Buffer data. Attribute. Size of vertex. Offset of vertex position. These are arrays of attributes. 2GL floats. Interlacing. Don't really unbind them there. Yeah, I don't, maybe. Glyphal and then window versions. Do the things. Do your window. Load the loader. Enable output. Debug messages. Cull. Face. Did you specify a culling direction? I don't know. X? Let's see, this is triangles. This would be top left. No, GL is weird. GL is the other way. It's bottom left. Bottom right. Top right. That's one triangle, which is counterclockwise. And the last triangle should be top left. So your triangles are counterclockwise ordered. And I don't remember which way OpenGL culls by default. So you might want to specify a culling order. Like which one's the back face or the front face. Because I don't know which one would be the default. Asset culling is initially disabled. The initial front face value is counterclockwise. Doesn't really say whether or not cull face culls the front or the back though. So, yeah. That might be at least something worth looking into. Free type. The free type. Do you know if free type is properly rendering to like the image data? That's something to consider. Alignment. Can't tell. You cannot tell. You might want to like debug, print, or dump out the memory for like the image texture surface. I would probably recommend there's like a format. It's really easy. What was it called? Some sort of pixel map thing. Basically just a giant array with coordinates in front of it. Just print out coordinates, and then you dump binary data. Don't remember what it was called. It's worth doing, though. Load the glyph buffer. Do the things. Texture array? I don't really exactly remember all the parameters, but I'm assuming that if you're putting it on array level 1, then you'd have level 1 in the shader. Or depth of 1 or something. Clamp to edge. Min filter linear. Egg filter linear. (2D) array null. OpenGL be like E. Generate vertex arrays again. Val. Val. Not the val. Was that from that quad function? Maybe. Sprite width. Those are floats. Those get passed in. Sheet width, sheet height. Those are kind of weird values. Kind of, sort of. Weird, I say, because if you try to put that into texture coordinates, then it's kind of a... Well, yeah, I don't know about that. X plus 1 times I don't know if I can math that out right now. Flip vertically on load. False? False? Why is that false? You know, OpenGL flips everything upside down, right? The texture coordinates are upside down from what you would expect them to be. Just something to consider. There's lots of areas to look into. Juliet. Way. Maybe I'll find buffer. 0. Oh yeah, I think that's about right. Yeah, because that will bind an attribute. Although stride of 0. I think that's allowed. I want to say that's allowed. But I like to be explicit about the stride of things. Anyways. It's kind of weird that that would be 0. What is vertex data? Floats? Yeah, floats. It's floats. So you might want to set your stride to like 8 or 2 times size of float. This one buffers data all in one. No, it doesn't. It says it doesn't. I was gonna be like, oh, it's. No, it's not. OpenGL. Reference pages. And I want vertex attribute pointer. Stride. Stride is 0. Vertex attributes are tightly packed in an array. Well, yeah. It's totally allowed. So that's not it. Screen width. Zoom? Zoom? Zoom, 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 zoom. Orthographic projection. -1 to 100. Translate. -3. -3. I think that's okay. Maybe. If you don't go too deep, then it will be fine. Again, worth considering. Draw arrays instance. Text render call. Active texture. Bind the texture. Bind vertex array. The array buffer bind here is actually unnecessary. Vertex arrays are finicky like that. Because when it comes to vertex arrays, when you call the attribute pointer functions, that's what binds the buffer into the vertex array. Otherwise, you don't need the buffer bound at all. Super weird, super confusing. So yeah, this is just kind of doesn't need to be there. As far as I know. Uniform location. Uniform 1. Draw indexed. Instanced. So much instancing. Instancing is kind of good. Can sort of help. Trying to read other code, though. Not necessarily terribly proficient on that. Translate. What are we translating here? Identity. XY 0. Then we do scale. Wait, why are you scaling by 0? Don't scale by 0. They'll mess things up. Flatten them. I'm gonna stick a scale of 1 if you're not using that coordinate. Not that it matters too much for OpenGL, but it kind of does. kind of sort of matters in a way, I think. Or I should say, it doesn't matter as much for 2D, but that could cause some kind of trouble there. I don't know. I'm just guessing at this point. The advance in scale. What is scale? Scale is a float. Scale is a float. So you kind of lose a bit of the whole floating point accuracy here. I don't know if that matters though. If you don't care about your fractional pixels in your glyphs, then maybe. Maybe it's fine. I don't know if it would cause errors, but it could cause something like rounding issues, probably. Like if you're trying to cull your font, or no, what's it called? What is it called? Kerning. It would mess up your kerning. Cat loaf vertices. Not the cat loaf vertices. Wake up. Calculate these cat loaf vertices for me. Okay, thank you, please. We good now? We good now. Yes, imagine recalculating your projection matrices every single frame. Okay, maybe I'm a bit of a stickler for performance. Maybe just a bit. Mine's 0. Yep. Yep, nope. I don't know. I don't think I have too many more thoughts on that. Things don't render. Well, I mean, you still have to set them at some point. But yeah. Yeah, stuff. Graphics is hard. So if it's still not rendering things, then maybe it's shader related. It's easy to mess up shaders. Shaders be crazy. Shaders be cray-cray. So yeah. I also don't know if that screen size stuff was quite right. But then again, I've been working in Vulcan lands, so I don't always remember. Save position, cursor. The seat is the 9. So we nom nom all the 9s. If it's a dot, just nom nom all the 9s again. I think end is probably in the wrong place. I should probably point at the E, if I had to guess. So I want to put that there. Break. Broken. 2 broken. Minus 999999999. Nom 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 nom. Nine 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 nine. Then we do the dot. A very dot. Okay, now it points at the E. The E. So many E. Yeah. So I parsed out invalid values. Well, what would be considered a valid value? That's the question. Then I now find myself asking. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. So many values. So many values. I think this one here should probably be like last. Probably. Maybe. Perhaps. Perhaps. So we get all the way down to the bottom. then 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 we might have a valid value, but we also might not. Or at least I think we would. I think we might have a valid value. So I guess if the value at the end of parsing, like if the fangs, you don't know the fangs? Num spiky fang? I've always had the fangs. Because I am not so secretly evil. Let's say if it's white space. Or something like that. That should be a function. Yeah, that should be a function indeed. What was it? Tab? I think it was tab. I don't think last C can ever be 13. Yeah, I think we just filter that. EOF. End of the file. Is it the end of the file, or is it not? I don't know, if I get down here, this should be a valid number of some form. Pretty sure. Kinda maybe pretty sure. And so I could probably do something like if um, if the exponent is positive, positively a value that I want to use. which maybe I have some counter of like exponent bias. The exponent bias. And so I think I want to take this value here. Maybe we will switch the while around. Then I can do the bias is incremented by 1, which is important for numeric conversion of some form. File has changed since reading it. I don't remember changing it. Unless I changed it in there by accident. Maybe these should be like signed. Yeah, these can be signed values. So we get down here, and then we have like some leftover exponent. Then I would want to check if the exponent bias is greater than 1 or something. Or less. Less than some value. Which value? The value. The very programmatic value of this value. This value, but bigger. I wish it wasn't signed. Why you do this to me? Alright, how many digits do we have here? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 20? Only 20. We have less than 20 digits. Or maybe 19. Maybe. We have less than 19 digits. And the bias plus the exponent value are less than, let's see, are greater than, maybe greater than 1? Greater than 0? I'm gonna make a variable for this. Let's see, I would also need to do like some sort of width, I think. Some sort of width function. I don't know though. I mean, technically 20 is correct-ish. Correct-ish. Then I could do while exponent offset is greater than 0. And fraction begin is not equal to fraction end. Water. Delicious water. And I could do exponent offset minus 1, or I could do the bias thing. Yeah, there's water left. Totally a bunch of water left. Gulps the last of the water. Now there's no more water left. Let's see, what was it? Value or something. I don't know. Deck value. Yeah, we'll take that. No more water. Only vodka. I wish. But no, I don't have that. We don't have that. We don't have that. Oh, the nerve. I'm fine, be that way. Let's see, what would this do? I guess. Guess we could either increase the bias or decrease the exponent value. And you could say this is less than or equal to 20, although at that point it kind of drops into the area of precision loss. Just a bit. Just a bit. Is that what I want this to do? I don't know. I feel like I could just add these together or something. And just have one single thing. We do minus, perhaps. I don't know if that makes sense. Don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, then this can be a subtract. I think. Maybe. I don't know how I want this to work. I want it to be that if you have a number on the left of the decimal point, so something like this, and then you have an exponent on the end of it, and to be like the 1, then it would multiply this digit and then subtract from the exponent. But only up to a certain point. Because if you hit like 19 digits of precision, then that becomes problematic for integers. So maybe this can be incremented. Incremented, maybe. Maybe possible. Perhaps. So I have like, I want to make it go up to 20. I want to make it go up to 20. This would be if the exponent value is greater than 0 and the bias is less than 20. We'll subtract 1 from the exponent. And then we will add 1 to the bias. And that might work. For integers. At least. And then I can do something with the leftovers, maybe? As for what? I don't entirely know. I guess I could find the point at which the bias is viable for doing something or other. Normalizing. Could normalize if I have to convert it into a floating point. Oh, I don't want to convert it into a floating point though. At least not right away. Maybe. It's so hard to figure out what I want. So yeah. Maybe I need some sort of debugging command. Yeah, we'll just steal one of those. And then we can say could print out the value. Maybe? Remember if this was 32-bit. Probably is, though. Yeah. Unless I capitalize it. That's kind of funny. Yeah, I don't know what I want to do with that. And we'll print it out and see what it does. Probably. Imagine this thing being good at converting numbers. The bias is 2. I don't know if it should be 2. I think it could, maybe. Maybe? I don't know if that's right, though. Maybe it should be 19. Oh, the thoughts. They coalesce. Zero. 0 dot. That should probably convert something, but I don't think I care about that one. This one should convert to something. Definitely should convert to something. Three. Bias is less than 20. There's values to be had. It's going to take some fractional digits. Going to convert them into 1. Yeah, I did a thing. Sort of. Barely. E99. That should be too many. That's too many numbers. Exponent. Greater than 0, for sure. Bias is 2. This decimal value. Decimal value should be lots. Lots. Lots and lots and lots. I think this should be 19. If I'm interpreting this correctly. Get rid of that. What if I make that one? No, I don't know. It seems weird that I have 2 of these, and I think I can just add them together, but I can't for the life of me figure out how I want to do that. Okay, maybe this one starts off at 20 or minus 20 or yeah, minus 20. Then we add. Let's see. It would be minus if we're moving things upwards. I'm definitely in the thick of it, aren't I? Well, yeah. 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 I'm gonna get down here. Let's have something like 1.234 E3? I think it's 3. I want the bias factor. Start at like 20. -20. Maybe. Maybe? No? No. No, what do I want to do with this? I don't know. Floating point, why? Floating point, why? Why can't I think clearly right now? This isn't even the hard part. Like the other the flavor. The other version worked fine. Yeah, I could do 20. I think I want to subtract that. Well, this is less than the bias. Yes, we'll add to it. And then I'll subtract the bias. Probably at the end there. Very Okay, so that's like 20. So this would be if this one is larger than 0. We have to adjust in such a way that this one is less than this one. Yeah, I don't know. I think this will work for integers. I think it should work for integers, at least. Arithmetic overflow. Cast a byte to another value. Cast another byte to another value. Yes, imagine making sense of this. That's a very big number. A very significantly large number. Exponent. It's 99. And our bias would be uh, uh, See, I think I would want this to adjust the number upwards. So it would be bias is greater than 0. And exponent is greater than 0. '90s game music. I think that's the point. I think that's exactly the point that they were going with here. It's a very chiptune. You would definitely be correct there. Take me down to the bottom of the thing. I don't know, some of the chiptune instruments, some of the sound chips, you could actually get some pretty elaborate stuff out of them with a little bit of creativity. Okay, maybe a lot of bit of creativity, but still. Oops, I'm not supposed to be doing that. I just want to be multiplying by 10. That is all. I also don't know if 20 is a good upper limit. I feel like it's gonna overflow if I do that. Yeah, it overflowed. We don't want it to overflow. Overflow is bad. That messes the number up. That's the number I was looking for earlier, though. It's got 6, 9, 12, 15. Is that right? 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 19? 19 digits. I think. Nine, 2, 4, that's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 digits, yeah. Exactly 19. So if we go up to having 19 digits, directly, or more than 19 digits, I think more than 19 digits kind of would in fact overflow. Just kind of a thing. Kind of sort of a thing. Very oof. So that's not going to work out so great. I can sort of convert numbers. I don't think it's useful though. Convert the number 1. It's just 1. That is all. Okay, this is like the example that I wanted to convert with this thing. The value is just literally 1. Isn't that lovely? Right, so I can parse some very unusual looking integers. It's only taken me 7 hours to do so, which is not exactly good progress. No. Not particularly good progress. So I'm going to do maybe next character, and then if the character is a minus, or the character is greater than or equal to 0, character is less than or equal to 9. And I want to dispatch a parse number command. For which we will use the last character. So I'm going to make a function that will read white space. And I guess it could just literally be a while last is white space. Maybe. How about the next character? No, I need that outside. Next, non-white space. Yeah. Yeah. Then I can put white space in front of my characters and it won't matter. No, if I want to encapsulate them like that, though. It's kind of a... yeah, a thing. Parse a string. How hard could it be? The answer? Very. Also, maybe very not. I don't know. Let's see, this would be... what would this be? The last character? I think it would be the last character. Thank you for not auto-completing anything. How worthless. Worthless, this thing, I tell you. It doesn't work when I want it to. React or Angular? Can I be extra evil and say Vue? That's not an option now, is it? I have no clue when it comes to web frameworks. Other than the fact that I did stuff with Vue once. It's like this thing just decided it's done. I'm like on my own here. Language server says no. At least highlighting still works. For now. Push. Do I want to push back or do I want to double parse the string? I don't know. Double parsing the string sounds more applicable, almost. To memory allocation, anyway. Maybe I could get away with trying to parse clusters of bytes or something. Push C. Reinterpret it as a character. Now I really am evil. Do I want to do this or do I want to do switch? Maybe a switch. Oh, here's an idea. Alright, where's that stupid standards thing? Quotation mark. Why would you escape that? I don't know. I am unsure. Backspace. Backspace is B. What other kinds do we have? Line feet carriage return. Form feet? That's a juicy one. Tab? I think it's used a lot, right? Sure. The U? The U. The lowercase u. Okay. That requires more digits. Too many digits. Which I then have to figure out how to encode into UTF-8. Because I'm assuming all of my strings are UTF-8. Despite the fact that I am not performing any validation in that area. Or hex digits. For very much hex digits. So I need to like get a bunch of these. With some like hex value. Maybe to convert hex. This doesn't have to go in there. How about an int? A number that is an int. I could do not 0 and say this is a uint. That might work too, I guess. So with those, I think they're in order. In order, so this would be how many? 4? 4? Times 3, I guess. Four times 1. This one doesn't get shifted at all. At all. Nope. This doesn't really return an error condition. We'll just return? Maybe? I guess that could work. Or we could break. Yeah, breaking. That always works. And was my last break. I don't remember. It was a few hours ago, I think. Had some food, got up, walked around. It's still light out. Barely. So yeah, hours. When did I start? 7.5 hours ago. Yeah, the timer kind of went down a lot. Kind of went down a lot. I wonder if there's a setting for that. There's got to be a setting for that. I don't remember there being a setting for that. But there probably is. I put it in here? I did put it in here. I'm just gonna yoink this. Instead of C, it can be H. And we can continue. And then any characters that are not escaped will just kind of flow through the system. So yeah, that might be able to parse strings. Maybe. Parse all the strings. Not that strings are all that parsable when I just have two options here. Number, 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 number. String, 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 string. String, 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 string. Something is missing there. So yeah, that's sort of like that, and then we could do if input last is white space. We could do C equals next non-white space. Because that's gonna be fun. Then I need arrays. Arrays of numbers, arrays of objects, arrays of values, who knows? Values? I don't think I can have an array of straight up value. I want this to be unique. Pointer, maybe. Then less. No. No, in this design, it would have to be a vector of pointers. Unless they're numbers, which they're not. It's a stupid polymorphism. Confounded polymorphism. Hi there. I guess I could try to make arrays of things work. Maybe. It would be a bit tricky, but it would be a thing, I think. Let's see. So I would need to take... I need some sort of... I need some sort of stack of items, I think. A vector should do. And then we'll have the value. A value. Very valuable. Highly valuable. Valuable. Parse the number. No, I want to find the header. We want to find the header. I like how parse number doesn't actually return a number. It returns. This returns null. Isn't that just lovely? Just sort of fantastic. Just a little bit too fantastic. Too fantastic, 5 me. I could actually probably make a bit more of a rudimentary conversion routine. That will get me by for now, though. I think. No, this is this would be a string. A standard unique pointer to a string object thing. Is that a thing? I don't think that's a thing. Yeah, we could return null pointers. If I return pointers. Yeah, that will indicate that something went horribly wrong. Sure. Okay, what if C is less than 32? Like, that's not supposed to happen. Not inside of a string. Let's see if there's a current value. And we will move the current value. And then our current value will be I guess a mixed array. Because I don't feel like specializing my arrays just quite yet. And then state is going to be equal to array value. I think I will reuse that. So we want value, array value, or object value. And I don't need all that. I don't need all that. I abbreviated it significantly. Significantly. Yeah, so that's values. That is definitely some kind of values. We'll do while, not AOF. EOF. Do the thing. Now we can do continue. Maybe. M. Yum. Yeah. And now in a special case, if we have a value. If we do have a value, and our current state is a value, which doesn't really show up too many places. I guess we are going to... Yeah, I don't know. I need like another state, which is just like end. I think these need more logic behind them. Yeah, like putting objects inside of other objects, which is all kinds of important. Right, maybe. Yeah, how about we push push back an array object. Set that to array value. Continue. And it can be if the current value, and then if the current state is array value, then we can do, is it the item stack? And at the back of that item stack, I want to get that. Cast it into a JSON mixed array pointer Because if that's not concerning, I don't know what is. And then we're going to access values. And then we're going to push back the current value. Because that's lovely. Continue. This could be break. Either way, it works. I think. State is value. Value. I guess we just like return the current value or something. Is this like, I don't need it anymore. Is it object? Object is a map. Is it the values? I think it's insert. And then I want object key, which doesn't exist yet, and the value that we found. Yeah, the object key, that needs to be a thing. So when we do objects, that's going to be make a unique object. And then it's going to be object name key. There's a term for this. What does the standard say about it? The name separator. The name separator. Object value, object end. object end. The next non-white space. The white space. I don't know if this should have a value in it. Array value. Array value. Object and if we have comma state will be object name C equals next non-white space. If C is the end of an object, then we have to figure out what to do with it. What to do with it. See, the object's going to be in the item stack, so the current value is going to be the back of the item stack. And then we're going to remove that. And then we figure out what to do with it. If the item stack is empty, we will return it. Otherwise, if the back of the item stack type ID is an object, now how would that work? I don't know if that would work properly or not. Oh, deliberation. Because if it's an object, then I would need the key of the object. which is not saved. Drat. Isn't the value? I don't know, we have the pointer. And then I guess we could have the key. Yeah. The key. This would be the item. It's the back of that. Now we would want the pointer. I already forgot what it was called. Isn't that just the greatest thing ever? Just forget what it's called. Because I don't think that's very good. That's just nonsense. Okay, we have an item. An item or a stack. Stack item. Does that one work? I don't know if that works either. No matching constructor. It's just gone. Start typing and it's just gone. It's too strong for me. Not write? Why can I not write? Oh, it actually quit for once. Totally unprovoked. Unexpected. Unexpected. Why is there no matching constructor? Seems like there should be a constructor. Make one of those. Maybe I'll make one of these. Insert the value. Which takes the key and the current value and it puts them all together, or maybe it doesn't, I don't know. Why would you not be able to value? Why can you not value my values? Item stat auto. Want the item stack, then we want the back of that. I want to move the pointer. Then get rid of the rest of it. Don't know about this insert command. Nope, that's a mystery. Emplace? Emplace sounds fun. Let's use that. Let's see, end. I don't think I need end, actually. Come to think of it. Let's see, so I want the current value to do input, and then we want to parse a string. If we run into one of those, else we return null, I guess, maybe. Wait, this is this is a string, right? Right. Except this isn't. This one is not a string. I want the value to be part of the object. The object, yeah. That's we get the item off of the item stack, and then we do item object key. Then we will take the value. Take the value from the string that we parsed. That will be our key. Then our state will be object separator, I guess. And then we want not white space. Otherwise, we error out. Basically. I really need a better way of dealing with that. And this really only consists of one thing, which is the colon. Very important. In this case, state equals object value and then yeah, that's pretty much that. Otherwise we return null. Heck, I could even do one a little better and say that we don't even break. Don't even break. Just change the state. And then we fall through. We fall down the rabbit hole of software. Okay, array end. If we encounter the comma array value, if we encounter the end of the array, then I didn't really finish objects up either. These might be very, very similar, though. Almost incredibly similar. They are so similar, in fact. They might just group them together. It'd be like if state is object end, then do that. Right, maybe? Object name. Otherwise, if it's array, then we'll just do array value. I guess it's the one place where they differ. Is with the characters. Yummy. Not so yummy. Not quite so yummy. It's gonna be item, current value, pop the value, empty, return. And then we have the object checks or mixed array. I don't want this here. Because I just want the value out of that back item before we remove it. And then that can be the item that we check on. So if it's an object, then we're going to put the value that we found into the object. So I'm going to take these. Yeah. Except that's the wrong order. That one's for arrays. This one's for objects. Then we end the object. Yeah, and then it loops around, and then we maybe have enough stuff to parse most of the things except the weird special case values that I did not cover yet. Weird special case values that I did not cover. The weird special case values that I did not cover. The else. The else. So what was it? The false, true, and null. Yes, we need those three. And that's part of null values. It's part of values. What am I saying? Unfortunately, that means I can't recycle my values. It'd be kind of a shame. I want to be able to recycle my values. What am I looking for? I don't even know anymore. I'll sigh. It would be input and then parse. Special. String view literal. Want the string view literals. Yeah. Parse a string. Parse something that's not a string. True. Truth. The truth. What is the truth? It even is the truth anymore. This would be while. While. Just character equals the last character. While test character not equal to the end. And then if they're not equal, we return false. I think. See, that one's false. That one's true. That seems so not quite right. So, not quite right. I might have to make the objects a little bit more procedural or something. Let's see, else. It's invalid. No, overloaded. Function. Why? Why? Because they don't have the thing on them. That would explain that. That might explain that. So now I should be able to do things like true and false and null and empty array and the empty object and array of array of array of array comma array comma array. Just a few things. I'm just gonna make sure you escape things properly. Yeah. I also did not incorporate white space into this, so that's... That's gonna be fun. Let's just put tons of white spaces in this one. White space between all the tokens. That should catch something, right? Not in there. Wait, I could do this. What am I doing? Yeah, let's see what that does for me. Assuming it builds correctly. It didn't. I need the destructors. I require destructors. They don't do anything, but I need to have them. I just realized I got this one wrong. Because of course I did. No, actually, what does this thing do? I wrote an awful lot of code, and I have not tested any of it for a while. Non-white space, parse a number. Well, that is what we want. Sure. Let's go with that. value. Some big number. Hi there. Hello again. The chat has been so quiet for so long. So to finally have someone drop in, say hello. That's fantastic. The lurking is strong with these ones. The quadrant. The quadrant. Why did the quadrant get a prize? The cat. The cat is kind of like a health bar. Or a decoration. I've kind of been like wandering a little bit. Like earlier I was over here. Now I'm over here. How did this happen? You are the first quadrant. You are the first quadrant. I don't know. But hydration has been redeemed. And you know what I don't have? Water. You know what I need to get? Water. So I'm gonna get some water. The cat is emitting gravitational force. No sodas. Can't with the sodas. And now we have a stretch as well. Oh, this is all very fantastic. Very all fantastic. Yes, I need to retrieve some water. Because it turns out that I'm actually very thirsty. And then I will stretch. At the same time, perhaps. Hi there. And welcome to the stretch break. The red hair. Red hair is currently on hold. Today is green. The green. Very important. Delicious water. Oh, delicious water. Oh. Ow. Very ow. I have a little stretch. A little stretch. And I have water again. Which is yay. I like having water again. Because I need to drink the water. I need to drink all the water. Does the cat cause the electric field? Or do I cause the electric field? The world may never know. The world really may never know. Don't drink all the water. The earth will be pissed. Oh, I can't even with some of these puns. Yeah. Oh, can't even breathe properly either again. Yeah, that's a problem. So yeah, I had some water. Very yummy. Very good. Very tasty. We had a little stretch going. Oh, I'm gonna scooch myself over here a little bit. And then I'm gonna see what state this parser ends up in. The value could be a little bit better interpreted. Sadly, it is not. So yeah, we just move the first value. So I'm gonna get it down to here. Let's see what this does for me. True. The truth. Yeah, it's not the end of true. I think we should be able to get through. No, maybe. That seemed like it exited very, very early. And yet it returned true. Is that correct? I mean, it seems about right. This is empty. I don't think it's supposed to be empty. I don't think it's supposed to break either if it's... Yeah, that's not right. If there's no current value, that's an error. That is an error. We don't want that. I feel like I have messed this up somehow. Probably because... we didn't increment it. Not the meow. Did you break it? Well, yes, we did. Well, we broke everything. Everything is broken. It's all completely broken. I am broken. You are broke. I am broke. What more could I ask for? Quieter music? No, we can't have that. Now, can we? Maybe this should be a reference or something. Probably couldn't hurt. Alright, so now that's Rue. Yeah. And then we have E. And the next character is white space. So we got through the whole thing, and then we returned true. Okay. And now we have a unique pointer to a true object. Because that's totally what I need. A true object. I don't need a true object. Do you want a true object? It's fresh. Was that supposed to return something? Why, yes. It was supposed to return something. And it didn't. Yeah, about that string view. That could be a reference. Because I love referencing things. It still does this thing with the container. Kind of weird that it does that. So we have a current value. We are in state value. So we just return a value. That's almost working a little bit too well. We have an object, an array, a mixed array, and then we expect an array value. Well, I didn't really specify an array value, didn't I? Did I? No. No, I did not. How do I handle an empty array? We didn't do empty arrays. I'm gonna have to steal the code from the arrays. Doesn't it? object value. Let's see, I don't want to move the object, I don't think. I think we just want to find the item on the back of the stack. Yeah, we'll take whatever the item on the back of the stack is. And er, no wait, that complicates things. It complicates things. I have a better idea. We get the next non-white space character, and if it is the closing element, then we don't change the state. That way, it will leave an item. I think. No. No, that won't do it. We need to take the item. The item goes in the item stack if we're gonna change states. Otherwise, the current value is going to be an object or an array according to what it is. Yeah. Turns out these tests are actually kind of useful for something. You know, for a so-called simplistic protocol format, whatever you want to call it, it's actually got a lot of intricacies to it. Yeah, now it creates a value. Except it leaves the cursor in the wrong spot. That's not great. Also, I think we'll get rid of the L's. Yeah, we'll get rid of the L's. And I could technically, maybe, possibly, perhaps, make the value ahead of time and then push it. Then I have sort of similar code paths. And then we consume a character. From the input. I forgot I am not inside the input object. The input object, not the input object. Gotta be inside the input object. Okay. Are you in the input object? Are you spinning cats yet? Now white space. Create value. Next character. It is white space. We fast forward. We find null of all things? Okay. A mixed array. Yeah, we're pointing at a mixed array object here. So we're just going to return that, and then we do object, I guess, maybe, or I forget to try. To do object. Same kind of path. Now we do an array of 2 arrays, and the first array contains 2 arrays. They're empty, which will test nesting. So this pushes an array onto the stack. And then we have another array, and then we push that one? Maybe? No? Item stack size 1. I was expecting there to be more values. And I think one thing that I'm fundamentally doing very wrong here be to determine the character. Hmm. Hmm. I think the EOF marker should probably be a bool. Redefinition. Very much a redefinition. And then we'll do next character. So if we're at EOF, we want to return then if our cursor is equal to the M, EOF equals true, and then we will return 0. So then I can do input and then next non-white space prior to entering this function. Yeah, then anything entering the value state will want not white space. What could possibly go wrong? Can't be any worse than it already was. And it was already kind of broken. Go figure. Right, let's try the easy case first, I guess. Didn't try all the others, but you know. What am I gonna do? Wait, we just did non-white space, and then I'm eating another character. E. E. Is that right? That doesn't seem... No, I think that's right. Oh, that's so confusing. Because, yeah, this is the easy-ish case. So we do want to take a character. Alright, the crazy one with all of the recursion. Alright, so we got like 2 arrays on the stack, which is what I wanted. Then we have an empty array. So that pushes the empty array into the vector on the item stack, I think. Window, please. Structure is deep. Very. Alright, so that sets it to array end. And we have a comma. So first we go into an array value again. Which is another array. And this array is empty. So that pushes the array into there. So now we have two arrays. Two empty arrays, yeah. And then because we are an array end, then we have the end of an array. This one is going to take the item. Which is the array full of two arrays. You really like my setup, and do I do any... Why do people ask me that? No, I don't. Don't ask weird questions. That seems like a weird question. Bit of an unusual one. And it's not the first time I've been asked either. I don't quite get it. No, I don't do anything. I just said I don't do any drugs because I don't. Ow. Don't do the drugs. Not good for you. Maybe if it was prescription stuff, but then again, but I don't even have any of that either. Ironic. Why so ironic? Pointer values. One mixed array. Values. Size of 2. Yeah, the stack has this thing, which is the mixed array. It has an array inside of it. That array has the two empty arrays inside of it. Just gotta do the last one, I guess. I thought there was another array. It's returned. An array of values of size 1. What the hell? There's 2 of them. Where did the other one go? I'm deeply confused. Fix your garbage TOML parser. Gotta do a TOML parser now, don't I? So yeah, we have a mixed array. It has an array inside of it. That array has the two other arrays inside of it. But then this last one went missing. Which means that the restore function didn't work correctly at all. Let's just step in there again. Try this again. One more time. I want to see where this falls apart. Alright, so the input cursor is here. And the, we have the array value that we just built. I think. Wait, did it move? I feel like the cursor moved again. Oh, yeah, it grabbed the comma. The all-important comma. So yeah, we go back to array value. We pull the opening bracket. And then the opening bracket finds the closing bracket. And then that looks for the white space. That should find the other closing bracket. So then we go to array end with a closing bracket. So now the item stack is kind of empty. And we have our double array in there. State array end. I think right about here, we have to pull another character. Yeah, right there. Right there. That's what's doing it. We can just put this all the way at the bottom. Ichiban sta. Input, input. So here we're here again. Then we grab the comma. Our state is array end, which now moves us to array value. Pull the opening bracket there. Find the closing bracket. Find the white space. Skip forward to the closing bracket. Then the closing bracket takes our value off of the array stack, and I guess we return that. So now we have an array, 2 items in it. Item 1 is an empty array. Item 0 is an array with 2 empty arrays in it, which is exactly what I want. How about something a little bit more complicated? Actually, I don't know if this is much more complicated. Although it does have objects, and objects usually have like the name segments in them. So maybe it is more complicated, I don't know. See, this is an array value with the opening curly brace. We find the closing curly brace. Why is it sending those twice? Why is everything broken? Also, hello there. Thank you for the raid from Godot. Apparently. How did that go for you? Did you really just, like... How do you send a raid from Godot? I'm guessing you'd have to, like, access the API calls or something? The Twitch API? New motherboard and GPU. Did they work correctly? I hope they work correctly. Let's see, where am I? Comma? I'm in the comma. An overlay that is just the Godot editor. I might need to make myself some new overlays. Or maybe port my existing ones to something else. As you may have noticed, it sent the event twice, which is very much not what it's supposed to do at all. Sometimes it's missed events. So yeah, with all the nonsense I've been getting from third-party services, it might be time for a new overlay. Spout. Don't know what spout is, but I'm glad that it is working for you. TMI, GD. That's something I'm familiar with. Sort of. Vaguely. Let's see, comma. And then we're gonna do, I guess, an object. Yeah, that's sweet.
Testing.
I think the testing is very tested. The tests have been tested. That's a lot of bits. Thank you again for all of the bits you've been throwing at me over the, for I don't even know how long. It means a lot to me. I do everything from Godot. Game engines are powerful things. Do not underestimate the power of a decent game engine. Be it Godot or one of the others. They are extremely versatile and extremely capable. I've even recommended a few times that a game engine is a great way to implement tools for various purposes. So using it as a stream overlay and chat API sounds about right on par. IRC, well, you know, Twitch's chat is just IRC, basically. So, there's that. Here is that. Twitch is just a very shiny front end to IRC. A very special IRC. What's my current value? An object with nothing in it? Okay. Wait, did that say array end? Yeah, because we're inside of an array and we're putting objects in the array. Godot OS. I don't know if you're gonna get away with that. That requires graphics drivers. So, I mean, I guess you could do it if you're using it as the user space. Like you're using Godot exclusively as the shell for which you run everything. And then you just use an off-the-shelf kernel with drivers, like Linux. Linux is a good driver shell, yeah. Array value. Guess what my array value is? It's another empty object. And then we have the end of the array coming up here. And we have that going inside the outer array. So now we're inside of another array. And this one has a comma, which means that the next value is an object that immediately closes. Then we close the array. We push our empty object. We close that array, and it's basically the same thing, just with empty objects instead of arrays. Wait, what am I looking for? Values. Looking for values. So this one is an object. It's empty. This one is a mixed array. It's got the two empty objects in it, I think. Yeah. Empty objects. A web browser. The Chromium embedded framework. I was implementing something that used the Chromium embedded framework before. It's so ridiculously intensely bloated, though, to build it. Because the Chromium embedded framework is basically an operating system. Because web browsers have to be like that. Wait, that's not an object. Well, let's see what this does. Being wrong about what value goes where. Yeah, this is gonna be fun because this is an object. And then we're trying to point that we have a string. I'm gonna parse a string. Did that parse a string? I feel like that didn't parse a string. Did parse string not parse a string? We got an empty string. Yeah, that's not what I wanted to have happen. That's the quote mark. Okay. Okay. The quite? The quote. The quote mark. Let's skip that. Get the first inner character. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'll go down here. Parses strings, step in there. We get the A, then a quote mark, which becomes our string, our delicious string. Although I think after a string closes, C is 34, so we have to consume the end of the string. So we'll do value parse string, and then we'll do C equals input next non-white space. Or just next. Next, we'll skip one. Yeah, okay. I think it should be like consume or something, I don't know. Parsing be finicky like that. I've only spent like 10 hours on it. Alright, so input is pointed after the string, I guess. Then we pointed at the white space, skip ahead. We're pushing it into an array. This should error out here. Because we've encountered something unexpected. And we have to deal with that. Although I would like a valid object, so I'm gonna switch this around like so we can test actually processing an object. An object that should hopefully not fall apart. I need my input so I can see the cursor. Alright, so this has got the curly brace thing. Then we go for a string, which is not a curly brace, so we have to find an object name, which is going to be A. Then we set the object key to be A. Then we try to find the object separator, which we should, given the circumstances. I could just take this code here, stick it up there. Yeah, I think we're going to refactor object name a little bit. I see a lot of room for improvement. So if object name is not a double quote mark, then we're going to bail out. If res is null, then we're going to return null. That means our string parsed incorrectly. Then I need a scope here. Hello again. So yeah, we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna get rid of the object separator. And then we're gonna fall into the value. Put a tiny little scope in the middle here to manage something. The object, the item, state object separator. And we don't need the object separator. We have the parse string. Yeah, that goes in there because it's a variable. I burn so much oil. Especially at midnight. Because why not? I just keep going, it seems. Just keep going. From whence does my energy flow? I am unsure. I'm very unsure. We are very, very unsure. So, so that's gonna be parsing the string. That should grab the name. That means we don't need object separator. Because it should be more or less obvious. And I guess I technically don't need object value. If we're just gonna fall through things anyway. We could just use the object. I don't know, we could use the object value to access the name or something, or let's do object name here. Fewer options. Not array end, object end. Not array to come before object. Why? I don't know. I just feel like it. Except for here. I want these roughly in the same order, or perhaps exactly in the same order as my switch case statement. Now fall. It's sort of an inside joke to me. I think it's funny. Didn't even get to glTF. I'm just stuck in JSON land the entire night. Turns out it's hard to parse and create a correct parser for it. It really is. Next, non-white space. We go to the object name state, which has been freshly revamped. And we put the key, which is A, in there, and then we find the colon, and then we find the next value. Which is an array, apparently. What's inside? Another array. Another empty array. End of the array. So now we have an object. So we want A to be the array of empty arrays. So this one is the key B, I guess, which fell out of scope, so I can't really verify that too easily. Then we have another object. That's got C as its key value, or the value. The value is delta. And we have the values of the item. C is delta. I forgot to check on the item again. Drat. Now I have to go in here, find values. A is the empty arrays, B is the other object. With the... I don't even know what anymore. We've gone off the screen there. Alright, so this is the final object that I have. We have two values, or two keys. We have A, and then we have B. A is a mixed array of two empty arrays. And then B is an object with C pointing at an object, I think. Or a string. It's a string, okay. Mission sort of accomplished. I parsed a file. Kind of. Objects, strings, true, false, null, those work. Numbers are still kind of iffy. Numbers are so very annoying. Why must numbers be so annoying. It's just like without fail. Here, I don't feel like writing a proper-ish number conversion thing necessarily. So I'm gonna write an improper number conversion thing. A very improper number conversion thing. Let's see, I need 64 minus, I think it was 12. I'm gonna need 52 bits. Exactly 52 bits. Yeah. Right. And then I also need an exponent value, which will be correct for a floating point number. So the floating point exponent is going to be, I don't know, let's make it a, let's make a uint64 value. And we will start it off at, is it 3? 3 FFF? Yeah. FFFFFF. Fifferfefferfeff. Not the fifferfefferfeff. Then I want to move the value in my value register let's see, well, value register. is not the bit. Shift can't greater than. Do I have to make these shift type, or do I have to make this one? Yeah, I think I have to do that. Yeah, okay. Because that will be the high bit. So while the high bit is not set, we're gonna shift this over. I think. And then we will... I think I want to increment this value. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe I don't touch that value. Maybe we just don't touch that. Let's see, and then we take this value and then we shift it. To the right. So let's say we'll have something like this bit here. And I want to right shift it, I guess, 12 places? Is that right? No, I want 11. So it ends up 52. So we're going to right shift by 11. And then we're going to mask off some bits. The lower bits. I guess that would be 1 left shift 52. -1. Yeah, that's not confusing in any way. And then, top of all of that, we will, or in the exponent that I made up, right shifted by 52. And then if the sign I never checked if the exponent sign was a thing. I'll have to do that. I can't believe I didn't do the exponent sign. How could I have missed that? If it's the plus, then we have to eat a character. Forgetting how this works. Yeah. We gotta flip the sign. We gotta flip the flippin' sign. Okay? Okay. And then, we do something very evil. Very extremely evil. We have to reinterpret cast. That would be like a double pointer address of the value. I guess. And then we'll multiply. And this one will be the other multiply. Yeah, make some evil numbers. Some delicious evil numbers. Yeah, that's not a very good approximation, but I don't care. They're my evil numbers, and I will deal with the consequences. Time to step into one of these abominations. Or not. Guess we're really not doing it right. Somehow I got this very, very, very incorrect. I want to go down here. Zero. Negative zero, maybe? Maybe? Nope, it's negative one. Well, that's not right. Can't even get zero properly. Let's do it this way around. Zero is hard, apparently. Who knew? Numbers are hard. Numbers are tricky. Numbers are everywhere. Yay, negative zero. Everyone's favorite. I don't think I need to rebias this thing. If it's zero... Oh well. Zero, zero. Okay, maybe not a well. Very much not a well. Let's attempt to parse double zero. And then it appears to return because reasons. It doesn't even parse the whole string. That's not very compliant of me. I'll just put the value. Just put the value. Which one was this? E3? It's very E3 of me. Not even close. Not even close at all. Oh, numbers blind. Nah, I'm gonna have to write a proper conversion routine, aren't I? Or use an off-the-shelf one. I mean, I did this before. Maybe. Possibly. Maybe, possibly. Maybe very possibly. Let's see, I think I have to offset the binary floating point exponent by a value appropriate to the number of times I shifted it to the left. That can't be terribly hard, can it? Of course it can. What am I saying? It is extremely difficult. But not impossible. No, not impossible. Let's see, 63 shifts should be 0 offset. So I should set a value to 63. Or no, this value. This value should be 63. No? No. This was kind of weird for me to do it that way. Trying to figure out how this works without very many references is potentially ill-advised. Then again, I do a lot of ill-advised things, so, you know. It is what it is. I might need to write this out to make sense of everything. So, I have a value, an integer that I have put into a variable, and the integer is going to be some number of bits. because of course it is. So I want to take the number of bits here that we shift the thing, and then I think part of the disconnect, part of the problem I am having figuring this out, is that I'm trying to shift stuff around and then multiply it. But I'm kind of duplicating my efforts a little bit. I'm not really getting to where I need it to be. So that's maybe not helpful. I almost want to grab the... I don't want to... I think I want to figure out what the exponent is first. And then start taking digits and then parsing them. Because I essentially want to figure out whatever the... I guess you could say the normalized exponent would be. And then the normalized exponent be the one that I work off of. Like, there's definitely going to be an integer part and a floating point part. I think this might work for the integer parts, but not the floating point parts. So I think if I subtract the value whilst I shift it around, less shifts will result in larger values. More shifts will result in smaller values. Hi there. I have entered the floating point hell. I don't know why I did this to myself. 0? We don't want 0. We want non-zero. We want 1. Then our exponent is not an exponent. So this is just 1. Which we parse as 1. Yay. We did something, except that the value is... Where did I get a value from? Is it the bias? Again, that might be the bias. What was our input value? Wait, oh, 1. Great, now I have to redesign this entirely. Well, not entirely, but I have to do something about this stupid value. Because now it's gonna fraction the fraction too hard. This is not what I want. I mean, that's kind of, sort of, a little bit close-ish. It could be better. It could be a lot better, honestly. You've returned. Welcome back again. Am I even doing valid values? I think we are. Cat rotated 6 million 48,000 times. Oh, really? Oh, really? I don't think that I think 6 million would be ambitious. A few thousand sounds a little bit more accurate. just a bit. Stop opening all this. Why does this thing always open all this garbage up for? I don't want it. I just want. I just want the file that I was in. Multiply instead of plus. Don't do that. That will lead to inaccuracy. Inaccuracy is unacceptable. Just like this thing and its inaccuracies. Extremely accumulated. Extremely accumulating inaccuracies. How many cat rotations does it take to parse a JSON string? Let's find out, shall we? 1, 2, 3. The world may never know. I think I need a different estimator function here. This one just kind of doesn't quite do it the right way. I mentioned that it should be fine if it doesn't go over a certain limit. However, it does. So I would need an error correction term. An error correction term. I don't want to write an error correction term. That sounds like a level of effort. I'm gonna have to if I want a robust number parser. Or I could use an off-the-shelf one, maybe, I don't know. Shift the exponent. The problem here is that the value in the exponent is the decimal exponent. And the floating point exponent is a binary exponent, i.e. a power of 2 versus a power of 10. And powers of 10 don't multiply cleanly into powers of 2. Not in the slightest. So I would have to apply a floating point correction term to the decimal exponent to convert it into a floating point binary exponent. Probably by using some sort of logarithmic lookup table. Because floating points are insanity. A floating point is just pure insanity. It's just a regular 52-bit double precision. With 11 bits of exponent. You know, standard IEEE stuff. Converting decimal into binary is cursed. Don't you know this? Cursed. Cursed, I tell you. I knew this from the onset. Decided I would go down the cursed path anyway. Because I'm evil or something. So... I'm gonna stop the program right here for a second. The string stream. I mean, I could call the standard library floating point functions, but I think those interact with the locale system, maybe. Unless you tell them not to. And I want to write my own floating point parsers, damn it. Because I did this once for like an extra wide floating point format. Well, and I don't even... I think it went the other way. Don't remember with that one. And I want one that does a conversion. It is not incredibly difficult. I might be asking for a little bit too much in this regard, though. Maybe just a little bit much. So I'm gonna need a table. A table of exponents, I think. Essentially telling me which decimal converts to like which binary. And I'm not entirely sure of a good way of generating that. I could do it like this, but that seems very, very highly error prone. Let's see, what do I have? I have the decimal exponent. So I'm going to want a table of decimal exponents for sure. That will be my key. And then my value. Value will be a floating point exponent that's maybe is nearby. And then I will also need some kind of correction factor. I don't exactly know how to get the correction factor. Unless I make a giant integer. So I don't want to make a giant integer. I really don't want to make giant integers just to figure out how the floating point space works correctly. So I'm gonna need some structure. I'm gonna need a structure. I guess I'll just put it in here with the idea that I'm going to be moving it later. And then, see, I want this to be an array of stuff. So it's going to have different values. It's going to have exponents, which can't be terribly large. So let's say uint 16, maybe? Then a uint 16 for the binary exponents, and then I don't know what the correction factor should be. Should it be like an integer that I add, or should it be... I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. Shift in the exponent. I don't know what you mean by shifting in the exponent. The exponent, a base 10 number between 0 and 999. No, not really. The exponent is a decimal number. It's between like 0 and whatever the floating point maximum is. So the floating point maximum is was 7 FE minus, I think, 3 FF? Or was that not right? Yeah, it's like 1,023. So 1,023, that's the biggest exponent I think I'm allowed to have. So I can have like 1 E1023. No, it's 308. Okay, so we messed up that. It's 308, apparently. I cannot do the math. Why is it 308? I don't know. It just is. Seems like this should go bigger, but it doesn't. Probably because of denormal values or something like that. So, I guess if the largest value is 308, it kind of limits the range a little bit. Kind of, sort of. Kind of, sort of, maybe. So, so. So very so-so. No, wait, yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah, because this is the decimal exponent. So that's the maximum decimal exponent. But that translates to a binary exponent of like 123 or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. So, how this translation between the decimal value and the binary value is based on the number of bits you have to shift in order to get to the decimal value. And then there is also a multiplication factor. Because if you have 1, then you multiply by 10, it just kind of goes up by a very non-uniform flavor. So you end up with something ridiculous. It's got a bunch of extra bits in it. don't think I did that right. So yeah, as you go up by powers of 2, that is not in the slightest how floating point values work. No. No. They are, they're binary. Everything is raised to the power of 2. It's your mantissa, which is like 52 bits. You think of it as a uint 52. And then it is multiplied by 2 raised to the power of like the exponent value minus like 3 FF something for exponents that are between, which exponents are greater than 0 and the exponents are less than 7 FE. Except that's not entirely true, because the mantissa implicitly has an extra 1. So it's like 1 plus this divided by like 1 left shift 52, and then, but that's treated like an actual precise number. The wiki. I don't know what the wiki is, but I feel like they're lying to you. Or you're misinterpreting the interpretation. It's just how IEEE floating point works. There's no such thing as a decimal exponent. That is used only for display purposes. Human readable things. At the hardware level, it's something different. It's something very different. It's basically this. Which is kind of a disaster. Just gonna put that up there. Yeah. It's like a decimal exponent of 1, for instance, is equivalent to multiplying by 10. 10 requires like 3 different shifts or something like that. Yeah. It's like the binary exponent is 3. So it would be like you shift 1, you shift 2, shift 3 to get the implicit one, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's how it works. I think that's how it works. And then you also have to multiply by this value. And that value is fun, air quotes. So yeah, the binary value is 3, and then the correction is... I don't know. It's like 10 or something. I'm not actually sure what my correction value is yet. I guess it would be like the value without the high bits set, so it would be like plus 0.002 or something. Yeah, no idea about that. So then, if we go to 100, now I have more bits. Now I have a lot more bits. Now it's like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bits. See, this one is where it kind of gets weird now. It's 8 bits. Or is it 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? 9. So it goes up by 3 for a little while. And at some point it doesn't. I don't remember where it doesn't. This is like 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's 4. So it's the bit position. So this one's 13. This one is 16. This one is 19. So you'll notice there's a gap there. It goes from 9 to 13. I don't know if I'd want to do this for all of them. This one's 23. See, this one is 26. This one is 29. This one is 33. So maybe I just kind of stash the table values up to a certain point. This one's 30. This one's 36. This one is 39. This one is 43. Then we have 46. I could so totally make a program to do this for me. We have 40, 49. I don't know if I need this level of granularity, though, to be perfectly honest. $50, $53? I say as I continue. Maybe I can get another jump out of that. Yeah, that one's 64. So very so. So we'll take the value, the very evil value. I think I need some, maybe some test cases of some flavor. Something that's not going to completely explode. Only the finest heresy available. $50? Why are you 50? Oh, what did I do? I used block. That's what I did. I used a block increment. Not the cleverest thing ever. I will solve this puzzle. And I do consider this a very intricate puzzle. A very intricate, extremely unviable puzzle. Hello there. I didn't even use my table. I made a conversion table and then I did not use said conversion table. Elsa, I'm glad you like cat. Cat is being good cat. Cat is being good cat. Let's see, I want to maybe search. For an adjustment in the FP conversion table. It should be a span because of course it should be. And if adjustment decimal is equal to our exponent value, then we will do, let's see, FP exponent. And I don't know if I want this to be plus or minus the value present. Although we did shift it in there, so I don't know. Ay, ay. Yeah, I think this would always be... Oh, what would it always be? It would always be the floating point value. In the thing. Inside the other thing. Yeah, I am very I'm too much I have all of the Yeah, I don't know if I should add it or subtract it. I feel like we should maybe add. Yeah, we will try to add the adjustment binary value. How hard could that be? Very, very difficult. It's so very extremely difficult. See, that's the table. We don't want that. We want to go down here, maybe? One E1. Why is this number so ridiculous? Why is this number so ridiculous? Doesn't make any sense. Does not make any sense. Not at all. Okay, I gotta fix whatever this thing is set to. I think if it's a single digit, I don't care, and then if it's not a single digit, we're gonna add something to it. And the objective is to try to normalize the exponent somehow. In this case, the bias should be 0, I believe. Because our value is 0. Yeah, that makes sense, I think. Then we're going to step over. And then we have a very precise value here. So for the exponent of 1, our adjustment is going to be 3. Which might get me in range. Yeah, I got the value 8. That's not very great, now is it? Is that your number? The value 8. And then, yeah, I'm going to need that correction factor thing that I talked about. The correction factor thing. The lovely correction factor thing. I think the correction factor thing should be kind of not the binary. We have all the binaries. That took time. Thing is slow to update. If the exponent value is greater than, yeah, we don't want to make it greater than. Yeah, I want to ditch these. Those don't work very well. Those just don't work very well at all. Not at all. Right, and then for my conversion factor thing, the evil conversion factor thing. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. I still can't make up my mind about that. It definitely has to multiply the number. We definitely need to multiply our input by a value that will make the adjustment. The adjustment in question so this value here, this is going to be a normalized number, I think. So maybe I can multiply by the normalized value. The normalized value is kind of like a ridiculously large number. I think I need some Python to help me figure this out. Only the finest quality, Python 3. So I have a number. It is, let's say our value is 1, because it is. The first thing I want to do is normalize this value. Normalizing the value means shifting it left by, I think I have those. I think it was 64. Yeah. So it's like one more than I could reasonably want. And then my correction factor is, I think it's probably like the normalized form of 10. Which is like times 1 left shifted by, I think, 62. So it would be C shifted by 64. So it would be like this number. And then I think we would add that. Yeah, I think we would add that to the other value. So do like V plus C. Which is a thing. Decimal. Decimal is hard. Why do we use the decimal? Decimal complicates everything. Decimal, why must you complicate everything? Always with the things being inconvenient. So, I think the correction term is something like it's basically like 10 left shifted by however much is required to normalize it. Which is 1 left shifted by 62. I'm just gonna put that in there. It's just gonna be 1 unsigned left shifted by 62. Maybe? And then I'm going to need to multiply some 64-bit numbers together. Which is kind of yuck. I did this in the server. Yeah. It's multiply x64. That's the thing that I was using at some point. So I think it's what is it? I think this multiplies the first two, and it returns some values. So we have A and B, but we don't want them to be A and B. Right now I lost my place. Oh, there it is. So I want the 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 the, the value, the decimal value, to be, I think, A or something. I don't know. Yeah, I can go that one. That one can go there, and then the correction term. in before I try to figure out how to use, like, int 128 or something silly like that. Or a pair of uint 32s that I just shuffle all the values around in. x86 intrinsic. Yeah, we're gonna use that. Where is this coming from? I don't even know. Target feature, BMI 2. Why is that not in there? I thought that was supposed to be in there. Well, it's down there. That's a thing. Yeah, we'll get rid of those. Yeah. Is it 33? I don't want 33 either. Yeah, right. Alright, so one of these is gonna do one of the things. I don't remember which one. That's probably the worst part. I do not remember. Do I want to overshift it? No. No, I think the answer is no. We don't want to overshift. At least I don't think we do. Don't think we do. I mean, we could. Maybe. Possibly. I don't remember which parameter did what. No such file or directory. Why? What did we do? IMM entry? Let's use that one, I guess. I think it overshifted it a little bit. I think that was intentional. Yes, I think I settled on that being absolutely intentional. Except I don't really know which one is which. That doesn't help me at all. I should have made these like the number 2 or 3. 3 is a good number. Three is a solid choice. That's gonna change. I'm gonna change that. Alright, A is 0, 2 is the crazy remainder. And then I think I have to add the correction to B. It is almost 4 a.m. Sounds like the kind of thing I would do. Just stay up for eternity. Project am I working on? I am parsing numbers. Floating point numbers. I am parsing floating point numbers. Why? Because I want to. I'm having a time of it. A very entertaining time. I'm keeping myself entertained at the very least. Add the residuals in there. It's very tricky. Turns out it's very, very tricky. A little bit of E. 30. Exactly 30. Okay. Well, that's more like it. 30. Highest quality decimal number. Now I just have to come up with conversion terms for like all of the things, I guess. Because how ridiculously hard could that be? It'd help if I could find my terminal, maybe. This one? Maybe it was this one. I don't think I have a standardized form for how to make these. How to make them work. That's the tricky part. It's so tricky. So I want to take some value, which I guess would be a power of 10. And what's a bit count? Length? Length. Maybe it was length. Yeah, it's like the bit length minus 1. Oh, that didn't work. $36. Is that right? Might be. Yeah. Yeah. Then old videos. I don't keep my old videos around. So no. I don't really have a backlog of random stuff. You'd think I'd be better about that after all these years, but no. Just haven't done that. I tried to do like highlights for some of my streams on Twitch before to like create like saved streams of some sort. That kind of worked a little bit. But I only did that to some of them. By some, I mean like 3. Don't even go to bed on time. How do you expect me to maintain a YouTube channel? Viewer engagement? No, forget it. Let's see. I think I want to shift. Can I right shift by like a negative value? Negative shift count. No. No. Why did I think it would be so kind? So I want to figure out how far to shift this. It should be like 1. Maybe. Would it be 64 minus 7? Seems a bit high. Minus 6? I think it's minus 6. Or 65 minus 7. Okay. So I want this value. I want to make a function for this. It's going to take a value. Gives me 10 to the power of p. And then we're going to figure out if the length, we have to shift it, which is 65 minus v's bit length. If L is greater than 0. Then we're going to do L, no, V left shift by L. L is less than 0, then we're going to V right shift by minus L. Then we do V minus. I think it's that one, that value. Make it that value. Yeah, that's a value. I didn't get the original bit length. Disappoint. I'm definitely still ticking, apparently. Why don't I will never know. Can I paste? I can paste. Okay. This thing is awfulness in a box. Yeah, I could just, like, probably not compute 1,000 different correction factors. Or maybe it's like 600. I don't know. I could compute like every other one. Or like every other 3. I don't know if that would be good for precision or not. Or I could figure out where the breakpoint in precision is. And calculate those. Constant expression. Yeah, I don't know if I can figure out what level of precision I would need for it. I should have given myself the bit length or something. Yeah, maybe I redefine this function here. Let me do that. Do B is the bit length minus 1 is a bonus value. We'll do that one. That one. Get rid of that. Oops, I didn't want to do that. I'm going to rewrite the return function. So I'm going to return. I think it's P, B, and hex. V. So close, maybe? Yet so far. One, 3. Wait, that one's 3? 1, 6, 9, 13. I always like to double check these, I guess. Forty-six, 49, 53, 56, 59. And this one's 63. Huh, who would have guessed? And now if I do 20, that's 66. And this value, which I have completely misplaced. As if we do like 300 or something. 100. Get this weird looking number. Because I totally need that number. Hello there. Greetings. As they say. I am parsing floating point numbers from decimal into the IEEE 754 binary format. As for why? Because I feel like it, apparently. It's a challenge. And I like a good challenge. So what do we win? 30. What did we win this time? $72. I don't feel like that's correct. I don't think I want to decrement the floating point exponent. Like, this is supposed to correct for that. I think. I don't actually know. And 15. Maybe not. Maybe not. It is way too easy to use existing solutions. But then you don't learn the underlying complexity that goes into some of these. Like, you ever considered the insanity that is required to convert floating point numbers between their binary and their decimal representations? It's absolutely crazy. I think it is absolutely crazy. I have inaccuracy. I have inaccuracy. Where did I did so many things that are just not quite right here. Dragon and or Rio. You know, I don't know if you know this or not, but Ryu is just another word for dragon. It's almost like somebody has a sense of humor designing algorithm names. Mm, um, yum, 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 yadam. I definitely need some form of normalization. And I don't think I did normalization right. Double thing. We don't need the double thing. We definitely don't need double thing. If anything, I need to figure out how far we shift value. Re-implementing Vulkan. You mean like doing my own driver? And there are some points at which I draw lines. I don't think I would implement my own equivalent of Vulkan. I would probably implement my own driver. And even then, I don't know if I would want to do that without trying to fabricate some of my own hardware to go along with it. Which is an extremely difficult task in and of itself. That I don't have the Reese's. The Reese's? I don't have the Reese's pieces for. The Reese's pieces. Oh, the thoughts. Although I suppose I could make software. I could implement the software flavor. Yeah. Could maybe possibly do a software flavored implementation of whatever it's called. Oof. Too much oof. I might need to what would be the word? Might need to re-implement the way I add numbers into the buffer. It might be useful elsewhere. You might want to extract that into its own function. Maybe we could call it string to decimal or string to F. You know, something ridiculous that someone from the C programming language would use. Not like string to float or something weird like that, no. We need a namespace for all the weird conversion functions. Yes, maybe? Maybe. Maybe standard. But the implementation uses that. We can't use standard. Unless we are the implementation. Look at me. Just look at me. I am the standard library now. Almost. I go crazy. What have you come into? This just not invented here syndrome, maybe. I decided I would be silly. Re-implement floating point parsing instead of using a standard one. Because I do stuff like that. Have I spent hours on it? Yes. Yes, I have. Does it work? Barely. Does it work well? No, not at all. As a matter of fact, most of the numbers that it will parse incorrectly. Most of the numbers that you give it will be completely incapable of parsing at all. It's almost like I didn't really design it very well. Can ship it. It's a feature. It's a feature. It's not a bug. It's definitely a feature. All that approximation stuff that proper implementations do. Nah, we don't need that. We just need to like random my numbers a little bit until they're sort of floating point E. RNG is float to string, float to string, float to string. That's not going to make it random though. Eventually it will converge on like two different values. I wrote an RNG once. That was a disaster. So maybe we add that there. Yeah, we just stick that on there. Or maybe I go the other way. The other way. Yeah, whatever the other way is. Don't know what the other way. That's probably a good question. One that I'm not terribly interested in finding out. I don't know if that would end well. I spent more time thinking about this than I have been actually writing code or debugging. It's a difficult problem, to say the least. There's a reason why there's many academic papers written about this very topic, which I have mentioned throughout the stream. And I'm trying to implement this from memory of having read one of them once upon a time. I feel like I need to redo this slightly, ever so slightly. Because maybe we don't push the values right away. Because if we have to shift the values over at all, that will become difficult. And we don't like too much difficult. Like, I think I have to do this probably at the same time that I implement the other thing. The other thing, yeah. Aren't I great with all the words? Yeah, no. So how does this one work? Fraction, then character? After we get the character? After we get the character. after we get the character. Yeah, then we will do our conversions down below in the depth, deepest, darkest depth. The value times 10. Well, that's an interesting thing to have in there. Just a little bit. Great for integer values, which is actually one of the reasons I was implementing this, was because I wanted to be able to output in either integer formats or floating point. And integers I wanted to support all the way up to the very top. Like 2 to the 64th minus 1. Or whatever it would be for the signed equivalent, I don't know. It seems like a lofty goal, though. So I have to figure out how far to shift this thing. Now maybe I have a comparison function. It should be like the bin reference. So yeah, if the value exponent is greater than 0. No. How about we leave the exponent alone? Yeah, we're not going to do that. We'll do if FP exponent is... No, I've been coding for the last 12 hours and 46 minutes. Minus the few breaks I've had. Exponent value. Exponent is a value should probably maybe sort of perhaps go down as I add digits. Mandatory, huh? Let's see, I want the decimal, or no, int. It's called int. Yeah, we'll do that. That way each subsequent value will do the thing. And then, let's see, I think if the value is greater than the bin reference, bin reference, very, is that like not one? Not zero? Not zero. Maybe the decimal value and reference m greater than the bin reference. We're gonna left shift that by one, and we're gonna left shift the other one by one. I think no, maybe decrement that. I am so. Why am I guessing? I'm guessing again. Okay, always with the guessing. Always with the guessing games that I play. Let's see, that's not right. I definitely don't think that's right. That's pointing at E. You don't want to point at the E. At least I don't think I do. Alright, this would be the first character. We don't really have access to that necessarily. Too much. Hello there. Welcome to the deep dark depths of the nighttime. Or maybe it's the morning. Maybe it's both. I don't know anymore at this point. Stop rockets? I don't think my code can stop rockets. Unless my rockets run the code, then it will definitely stop rockets. Do not run my code on rockets. They will not go. Encountered a critical error. Yeah, it was probably that memory allocator that I wrote. Damn thing can't keep track of memory properly. Just a little bit of spontaneous self-combustion. A little bit of combustion never killed anyone. much. Rust? We don't rust here much. We do sometimes. It's a very, very minimal sometimes. I don't know if N should go after the character, or if it should go before. And I'm too tired to properly figure it out. So we're just gonna test it and see what happens. Yeah, if I'm too tired to figure it out, then perhaps it would have been advantageous if I stopped or something. Yay, I think it's been, I think it's correct. The first try. At least with parsing the characters, which isn't terribly difficult. Now about this conversion routine here, yeah, this is something else. That's gonna convert that, that's gonna shift that over there, that's gonna decrement that. And then it passes successfully. There's no floating point portion, or fraction I should say. Those don't get used, thankfully. I didn't take that. I need that. I think I need that. I need my keyboard to actually, you know, do something. That would be fantastic. That would just be really fantastic right about now. And normally that did something. Anything? Hello? No, that's not the right one. That's the other one, right? It's kind of weird. I don't exactly expect my keyboard to lock up. I swear my computer has been acting stranger and stranger over time. It's almost like it doesn't like me anymore. It's haunted. It's cursed. Curse of the computation. I don't know if the exponent should go all the way down like that. It does go through a lot. It just stays running all the time. Smack the keys all the time, all day, every day, for who knows how long. Stretch. You've finally redeemed Stretch after, I don't know, 4 hours? Nobody has redeemed a Stretch in 4 hours. I think there's a time limit, though. I might need to change my time limit slightly. Maybe reduce it or something. I don't remember what I set it at. Ow. I'm gonna get out of my chair to stretch. Cause whoosh. Ow. Yeah, it doesn't count if I just sit in my chair, so getting out of the chair is pretty much mandatory. Oh, my legs. Oh, they're not supposed to do that. Ow. Ow. I definitely don't think they're supposed to do that. Well, I dare say, is a worthwhile stretch. Very, very worth it, and at least some level. And yeah, now that I have stretched somewhat successfully, I kind of, maybe. I find it a little bit odd that I'm still awake. value did I end up with here? 1.5. That's... I don't think that's right. I just don't quite think that's right. And that definitely doesn't seem right. I don't think we want to put that there. Yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 yum. You know, we increment this. Why don't we just poke it with a stick? Yeah, we get a big enough stick and then we just poke it. I'm sure it won't mind. Although I might. I mean, this is supposed to normalize some of it. Don't know why it wouldn't. Just gotta push all the buttons until the buttons explode or something. No, wait, the buttons aren't supposed to explode. What am I saying? Why does the exponent not have a value? The exponent is supposed to have a value. Give me the XCC. The XCC. There's too many things in here that are interfering. The interference. There is a great deal of interference. Yeah, I think this value here is supposed to be something else. Let's see, that's the bias thing. The thing that is biased. I'm kind of biased. So I think I will just decrement that. Maybe. Oh, that's right. What even is right anymore? Right, wrong, who knows? I don't know that I want to mess with the exponent at all, actually, come to think of it. I'm gonna just get rid of that. Yeah, you know? Yeah. We're just gonna yeet that off into oblivion there. Yep, nope, don't want that. There we go. For there, that's... I don't know if that's the right number. Wait, did I get E? I think it's E. No, I ended up with 60. I can almost assuredly assume that that's wrong. So we'll just get rid of that adjustment as well. Less things we're adjusting, the better anyways. Four, oh, 3. I guess that's correct. It's hard to tell sometimes. This whole thing is very incredibly convoluted. Do I not sleep? No. Apparently I don't. Or I do. At some point in time. It's not the point in time that I'm expected to sleep. 172. That is completely and entirely wrong on so many levels. I think I am much further from the desired result than I would have liked. By some significant margin. Although that one worked. How that one managed to function properly, though, I will never know. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? I have to ask myself the same questions all the time. It's like, why? Why do I do this to myself? Why did I think this was okay? Which way should the adjustment go? That's the other question. That is the other very significant question. Like, it's almost like I need to adjust this thing on sort of like a very different basis. Perhaps not. Perhaps not from a decimal standpoint, but um, something else instead. That's something else. That's that's the tricky part. Hello there. You get the very tricky part. It's very extremely tricky. Always. Why always so tricky? It's too tricky. My thoughts cannot coalesce. And I don't think this was helping. Unless it was secretly, I just don't know. It's like some of the values didn't integrate well. Twitch programming on Twitch. I mean, it really is kind of a small space if you think about it. There's only like, I don't know, maybe 25, 26, 30, 40. I don't know, about 40 channels. And then you're down into the very few people watch land. Relatively speaking, that's not very many. And then each one is its own kind of niche. So then you have like the quality of the channels, and then it's like, which ones are quality channels? That's a question that I find myself asking every time I try to watch programming on Twitch. I'm like, what's a good channel to watch? Coincidentally, that's also partially why I don't typically raid very many people. I just don't see anything that looks interesting to me. Or if I do, they're not online. Go lang and screaming boom each 2 minutes. That's... Yeah, I don't know about that. Vibe-based searching, that's about how it goes. Sometimes that's just how it goes. Uh, 15. 15. If I get that one wrong, then the next one's definitely gonna be wrong. How did I fail so hard at this? 86. That is not even close. It's not even close. So, yeah. No bullshit. Programmer, serial entrepreneur, athlete. I don't know if that's a combination that belongs in the same thing. Description together. That sounds like an unhealthy combination. What do I get here? 9888. No. Nope, nope, nope. Just nope. Just all of this is just nope. It's like I'm off by 2 every time. And then I'm off by like more after that. Maybe a power of 4, possibly. Sigh. Still very much sigh. So much sigh. I think I need to add like this thing. This thing was a thing that I was working on that did a thing. Kind of, sort of. Where the value has to be normalized against 1. Yeah, that's what the problem was. The value has to be normalized against 1, because that's the common threshold at which the 2 exponents equal each other. Or is like 0, or something. The exponents are equal at the power of 0. And then they diverge otherwise. They very much diverge. So I need to adjust it the other way based on the table. Completely erase the first iteration. I did a poll design where the core parser asks the input device to like parse up to a certain point. So like when it starts, it's like, get me the next non-white space character. Okay? Okay. And then we have our state machine, greatly simplified to only 5 states. Conveniently. In our value state, we look at the first few characters that we got, and that determines what kind of things we parse. So, like, if it's the character that numbers usually start with, Then we pull out a number from the input. If it's like the quote mark, then we pull out a string. If it's one of these, then we create an array object and add that to a stack. And then we start pulling more values out contiguously. Although the values do kind of end up getting like pushed into the arrays and objects. The whole thing? It's not quite the whole thing. We like, I mean, it sort of is. For numbers and strings, we parse the entire string and the entire number. If it's an array or an object, they are parsed iteratively so that I don't have to worry about like recursion depth. Although, I mean, I could do some recursion if I wanted to, but I don't want to. So yeah, these are the arrays and objects are iterative. So that's that. And strings are pretty easy to parse. You just do the escapes. You do the Unicode characters. It's all fine. It's all good. I don't validate UTF-8 coming into the thing. But you know, that's not important. What is important is numbers. Numbers have spawned in the deepest pits of the fiery hells. You don't mess with numbers and survive. I think I need to figure out the offset based on the number of conversion inputs that I do. I can sort of use this table while pulling in values. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Perhaps. Maybe, perhaps. Kind of, sort of, yes. So, to pull in the different values, I'm going to need to take this table here and to look for the one we input. Probably with his silly bias value thing. Dot breaks. Probably not. It's only 9 hours if you don't look at the 13 and a half that are on my timer. The timer from when I disconnected earlier. Stupid stream disconnects. You just can't. I can't even with those. It's like 13 and a half total. Or at this very specific moment, 13 hours and 37 minutes. Because that's kind of late. Not healthy. No, I imagine it's not the healthiest thing ever. Get rid of those. My brain is probably already .liquid. Brain.liquefy. .call. Brain.liquid.call. Because brain liquids aren't supposed to, wait, brains aren't supposed to be liquid. No, brains are definitely not supposed to become liquid. It's not how that works. Too many slurp. No, do not slurp the brains. I need those. I need the brains. The brains. Brains. I can just imagine someone like dropping into this stream and being like, what the hell is going on here? Well, it's happened a few times already tonight. The stuff is happening. Stuff is sort of happening very slowly. This is all very slow train wreck of a stream right here. This is... Yeah. 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 Very, very stream. On the best part, because I'm leaning again, I'm all the way over here, slightly off the screen. I'm gonna be leaning. I'm gonna be leaning. If I'm gonna be leaning, I'm gonna be leaning in the middle of the screen, where I am nice and visible, and where I am nice and under the floaty spinny cat. Let me just like close all of these things. Yeah. Close all the things. I don't know if I got this table the right way. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna count up the number of digits that we shift in. Okay? Okay. And then, you know what I'm gonna do after that? We're gonna take the number of digits that we shifted in. Or use this sort of like as an exponent into the conversion table. Or maybe we just get an iterator to the conversion table. Because why not? It's on the address of item 0, which is like element 1. Element 1. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, 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 meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. And I'm going to use that entry as a reference point to how many bits that I'm going to need. I think. Yeah, number of bits. Yeah, okay. So, to make the number of bits correct, 10 bits are needed. Number 10 is required for the 3 bits. If we have at least that many, then we're golden. And if we don't have that many, we have a problem. So maybe I just have an entry 0 to make things slightly easier on me. 0 is 0 is 0. There's no correction. There's no shifting of bits. It's very straightforward and to the point. I think. So the conversion shift will increment that. I think. Yeah. We increment the conversion shift. Against better judgment. And then when I get down here, I don't want that. I don't think I want that at all. Instead we want the floating point exponent to be adjusted ever so slightly in response to the normalization of the value contained within. And to do that, I need to take the thing. We gotta take the thing. Number of bits. I think it's the number of bits in the exponent. That we found. So maybe I delete this. We delete this. Okay. And the floating point exponent, we're just gonna add the number of bits from the conversion table. No, the conversion pointer thing. The shift. And the conversion shift binary offset. Yes, that thing. That's the thing. Yeah. We want to put the breakpoint right there so I can see how terribly I messed this up. If you answered all the way, you'd be correct. We've messed it up probably all the way. Did I put the value? No, we didn't put the value. I think I needed that offset, or I need to make these. I'm gonna redo that. With this exponent thing, that needs to be different. The big table. Which table? The one that I flipped hours ago? We don't talk about the table. No flipping all the tables. The hash table. I don't think there's a hash table. I think you are mistaking. Conversion table. That is the thing that I have been talking about for the past 5 hours. Is a list of corrections to offset a decimal based power of 10 to a binary based power of 2. What graphics API? I'm using Vulkan. I use Vulkan because graphics. You know what? I really need to go to bed. I really need to go to bed. I think I am unhealthy levels of need to go to bed. Because I can really not make sense of a bunch of this stuff. Wait a minute, this is gonna floating point the wrong way. Why am I doing that? Why are we trying to floating point the floating point? Wait, how much memory can we waste in here by typing 99999999999? Times 1. This is D times 10. I don't know if that overflowed or not. Now let's just right shift this by like 1, and then we'll multiply that by 10. Okay, so it doesn't overflow. I don't remember the stupid number I had earlier. It's like, however many of these, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 19, 9. All these magic numbers, you'd think I'd come up with constants or something for them. Or formula. Formulea. I feel like conversion here is more of an art form than it is something that actually makes any sense. Alright, so the conversion shift is 1 and 3. One and 3. So I maybe want to put the 63 back in there. Because we shift the value over by that amount. Yeah. The value was shifted over by an amount. An amount commensurate with the value that we are using. And then we add 3. No, we don't add 3. We don't add 3. What the heck am I thinking? What the hell am I thinking? What the hell is going on? Yeah, that's like way off. By like an order of magnitude or 4. Here I want to figure out what the value difference is between this thing and this thing. I think it's like the number in here. And then we want to maybe subtract. I think we want to subtract one of these things. Which one? I will never know. I may never know. I think I want to start. So I want to start this at a value behind. This would be like -1. Because that's not going to cause trouble. Nope. Surely not. If not, the value. Else we can adjust the value. We don't want to adjust the value the wrong way. We don't want to dereference memory that doesn't exist. That would end poorly for me. Yes, now the shift value is 0. I don't know if that's what I want though. I mean, it gave me the right value, but 30 is like the easy one. We want the next one, which is supposed to be like 300 or something. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna do anything. Cause I'm not actually changing the exponent here. The exponent doesn't change there at all. Ay. So I need to find this part here prior to doing this part up here. And I don't feel like doing that tonight. I really don't. So yeah, maybe I stop here for the night. Morning. It's morning. What am I kidding myself? Time has passed. A great much time has passed. Too much time has passed. Yeah. 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 The question becomes, do I find another channel to raid? Or do I simply just stop? Is there anything good looking on here? Everybody be making games. Everybody be making games. Actual games. None of this nonsense. None of the nonsense. Yeah, I don't know if I want to go looking for anything right now, so I'm just gonna say goodbye for now. Visit again, maybe. Thanks for lurking and chatting and watching. especially watching. Watching makes all the difference. My eyes look all twitchy. Because they really are twitchy. They don't want to stay open properly anymore. They really don't. They really, really, really do not. So yeah. Marginal delay here before I press the actual stop button.